All right, let's see if you're online. I'm getting some things set up here. We just checked homework, so let me remind you of a few things that you have as I'm getting the video set up, or hopefully our screen set up for everything here. Today, or this week, I guess, you had a few assignments that you were supposed to turn in to me. Now again, let me go over how that needs to be done. I've got a few of you have already turned those in, so that is good. But what you're going to need to do is I need to get that by Monday. Okay, Monday. By the end of the day, Monday, I want you to have sent it to me. Let me give you my email one more time, and that way you can have that, so you can take a picture, send it to me. Here's what you need to send to me. I need to have your field notes. Okay, I don't know how many of you came and picked them up and how many of you just listened and wrote down what you needed to write or to read. Either way is fine, but you need to take a picture of those, send them to me, and then you need to take a picture of your book, pages 96 and 97. Send that to me as well. And then you need to take your verse quiz, which those in the class are doing right now, Psalm 1, verses 2 and 3. Psalm 1, verses 2 and 3, when you take a quiz, it must be with your parent there, okay? You have to take it with your parent there. They have to proctor you taking that quiz, and then they can send me the picture of that quiz. So those are the three things that I need by the end of the day Monday. Let me be very, very clear. If I don't get that by Monday and I don't hear from you why I don't have that by Monday, then you will not get credit. Okay, you will not get credit for your work if you do not do it and turn it in there. Okay, and then one more quick reminder: we did this last time and we did not do very well. I know some of you are signing in right now, which is good. That's fine, but it doesn't count. You must sign in when I ask. Okay, when I ask you and I say, okay, I want everybody online to sign in, that is when you need to sign in. So if you sign in now, fine. Doesn't hurt you at all, but it also doesn't help you. Last time I did that, here's what I'm going to do. In class, I will say, if you are online right now, I want you to sign in. And then exactly what you're doing right now, that's what you're going to do. So you will put your name down, say you're here, and here's why I'm doing this. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I know what can happen. And I do things because I'm telling you how I would think if I was your age. And you can sit there, sign in the beginning of class, and then go work on something else. And think, oh, I'm signed in. So that's why it does not count. Right now, if you've signed in, it does not count until I ask you. And I say, all right, if you are online, you must put down there. We did that Wednesday, and nobody signed in. So make sure you're paying attention. Here's what I will mark you absent if you do not sign in when I ask you to. So even if you've signed in right now and you do not sign in again when I ask you to, you will be marked absent. Okay, so if you have any questions on that, you can always email me and we can go over that. But that's the reason I do it, just in case you were wondering, because I do know it's pretty easy to, it's hard to do it online. I think most of you guys that I've talked to have said that you don't really enjoy doing it online, and I understand why that would be, but hopefully this will make it a little bit easier for you. I'm trying to see if our notes will work again today, and it's not going to work on here. Of course not. Let's see if it'll work on there. Let me get this set up, and then we will take it. Those of you that are here, is anybody still working? Yep, it's not going to work. Beautiful. Let me come get your quizzes. So just hand me your quiz, okay? Hand me that. I think everyone should be done by now. Do make sure that your name is on it. Makes it much easier to grade if I know whose I'm grading. Can I get yours? I'll put your name on it. Thank you. Nico, get yours. Now, let me say this as we get started today. Today is Friday. So one thing that I always want to do on Fridays is give you guys opportunity to ask questions. And it's anything in the notes we've gone over, anything that maybe you read in your field notes and you had a question about. I know sometimes we've had people ask questions about a word that they didn't quite understand. And so any of those things or it can be something we have not talked about at all, but just a question you have about something about the Bible, please feel free to ask those questions, and we will we'll sort of discuss those at this time. You got your verse there? What's that? All right, thank you. All right, so I think I've got, do I have everybody's? Just double checking. I know sometimes maybe I walk past you and I don't want to leave that with you. Okay, whatever you're working on, go ahead and put that away for me, okay? So some of you redeeming the time there and working on some of your other schoolwork, which is a good thing to do when you have an opportunity to. But I do need you guys to listen at this point, all right? Really quick, are there any questions? Anybody have a question about something about the Bible? Even if you're online, you can type in that question and we can look at it. But are there any questions about anything related to the Bible that you would like to ask at this time? See, here's what I love is you guys love getting into the notes so much that you don't even want to ask questions and stop getting into the notes. What great... Oh, wait, here's somebody that doesn't love the notes. Bella, do you have a question?
In the beginning, you know how it's like no animals were killed? Do you think that like everybody was like standing?
That's a great question. In the Garden of Eden? Great question. Bible doesn't say. I would have to assume that everybody was.
So we weren't meant to be meat?
I don't... That's a good question. I guess my answer would be there was no death. So to eat meat, there has to be death. Okay? So since there was no death, again, the Bible does not say Adam and Eve were vegetarians before Genesis chapter 3. Like, it doesn't say that at all. But it does allude to the fact that that was sort of the first animal that was killed. Now, some people could look at that and say maybe that was the first animal that was killed for sacrifice, and they had had others killed before. But I don't know either way. I sort of lean to the fact that they probably didn't eat meat. They ate the fruit of the trees there. And I think their bodies were different, though, too. As far as, think about what they didn't have to deal with. Sickness. They didn't have to deal with age. You know, like for us, we can't just eat like certain things. You know, that's why you have to have a good, balanced variety of what you eat. And so my guess, because again, the Bible doesn't say, is that they probably did not eat meat then. Okay, that's my guess. What a sad life to live. But that would be my guess there, all right? How many of you, anybody else like me, like when you have a big meal, the thing that you're excited about is the meat? Is anybody, like that's me. Like I'm excited about the meat. Like all those other sides are like okay, but give me the steak or give me something like that. That's where I'm at there. All right, so okay, good question. And here's what I'll do when you guys ask me a question. I want to make sure that I'm very clear about what the Bible says and when it doesn't say something. Okay, because like this question right here, it does not give a definite answer. So what I can give you is my idea of what happened, but I cannot tell you this happened for sure. Okay, so I want to be very clear because I can't speak where the Bible doesn't speak, but I can give you an idea. All right? Good question. Anybody else? Yeah, Emma. What does what, I'm sorry? Doth? Where do you see that at? It's possible. Yeah, well, if you find it, write down the verse that you see it in. Verse doth? Yeah, doth. Let's see. So say the verse for me. Let's hear it. Who wants to say? You guys just wrote it down, right? You just got all of them right. Doth he meditate day and night? In his light doth he meditate. Just means that's what he does. Just what he does. King James Version written in 1611. So some of the words used there are not the words that we necessarily use today. And so that's what you'll see. But usually, if you ever have a question about it, just ask a question, and we can talk about it. But typically, if you really look at it, it's usually not as hard to get it when you think about the context it's in. All of that is sometimes will help you there. But if you have a question, let us know. Do make sure you're not talking and turned around and all of that there. All right. Any other questions today? Any others? Oh yeah, Emma, go ahead. The area where the temple would be built? Good question. Guys, come on. All right, let's we know how we're supposed to act here. Let's make sure. A good question. We talked about the temple being rebuilt. Solomon built the temple. Do you guys know the temple that Jesus went to was not the one that Solomon had built? Okay, because what we're going to look at is the kingdom's going to be destroyed. Actually, Herod's going to come in and basically redo the temple. So if you see a map, you'll see Herod's temple or something like that, and that's the one that Herod rebuilt. Do make sure your masks are on. Those got to stay on the entire class. Make sure of that. Why did they stop doing sacrifices? Here is why they stopped doing sacrifices. They believe you can only do sacrifices in the temple. So since the temple is not there, they do not do the sacrifices. So what they want to do the moment that temple is rebuilt is to continue doing the sacrifices. But that is once AD 70, Romans came in and they destroyed Jerusalem, destroyed the temple. You can go there today and Jesus prophesied not one stone would be left unturned. And how angry they were at the people in Jerusalem, they threw it off of the Temple Mount, and you can go there and see stones, that massive stones, that it would have taken great work for them to get. They basically just cleared off the whole thing. And so since that time, they have not done the sacrifices because they believe you need to have the temple to do the sacrifices, and they don't have a temple right now. But again, in the future, the Bible does talk about the fact they will have the temple in the book of Revelation. There will be temples, there will be sacrifices done again. Does that make sense? Good question. Anyone else? Okay. Let's jump into the notes. Get your books out. Get your books out. So let's see here. You guys talked about yesterday Elijah. Okay. Talked about prophets. And we looked at those. We're going to see prophets all throughout the Old Testament, really the rest of the Old Testament. Really all throughout the Old Testament we see prophets, but the rest of the Old Testament we're really going to focus in on these prophets. Somebody raise your hand. I think you guys went over a definition yesterday. How would you define a prophet? If someone were to ask you to define a prophet, what would you say? Cody? An ambassador, okay? An ambassador, and that's a great analogy in our modern day. Let me do something really quick. If you are on line, I need you to sign in right now, okay? If you're online, I need you to put down that you are here. Again, this is the only way that you will get credit for listening to this class. So right now, make sure to put that on if you are online. Sign in very quickly, and then we will have it there. All right? An ambassador. So let me give you this illustration. Let's see who one day, I haven't decided yet when I'm going to run, but one day I will be president of the United States. All right, that's a foregone conclusion, and it will happen. I will be president of the United States. I thought about, some of you might remember Mr. Nieder being my running mate, but he's an older gentleman. I don't know if I can have somebody that old on the ticket with me. So I don't know if Mr. Nieder will be the running mate or not, but I will be president, and when I am president, which one of you would like to work in the cabinet or as an ambassador? Let's see, who would like to? Joe, you want to be an ambassador? Okay, so Joey's going to be an ambassador for me, all right? So I'm going to hire Joey. Let's think, what would be a good country for Joey to be an ambassador to? China, Mexico, what else? Beaumont's not a country, okay? Australia. No, we're not sending to Australia. Australia is too nice. Let's see here. Let's find like a nice, safe place, like Iran. We'll go Iran. Okay, Iran's a nice, safe place for you to go be an ambassador there. Now, if Joey is my ambassador, okay, Joey's my ambassador. He goes to Iran for me. Somebody raise your hand and tell me, what is his job to do as an ambassador for my administration? What is his job to do in Iran? Joey, tell me what you're going to do. Speak on behalf of the United States, and specifically on behalf of who? The president, right? So here's the thing. If Joey has a different idea than me, okay, whose idea is he supposed to go with? Because he's working for, so really, when Joey's there, now today it's maybe not, it still is a big thing, but we have so much, we can connect so much with different leaders. They can just pick up the phone and directly talk to the leader. Especially, back 100 years ago, those ambassadors were so important because they really spoke for our country. And so when they were talking to them, they wouldn't talk directly to the president, they would talk to the ambassador, and what the ambassador said would go for the country. But an ambassador's job is not to say whatever he wants to say or she wants to say. They can't just go over there and do whatever they want. He can't go over to Iran and be like, hey, you know what, I know that you don't like a lot of people. You said you wanted to destroy Israel off the face of the map. But I like you guys. Here's a few $1 billion. Just go ahead and take it. Do whatever you want. Just take. That doesn't work because he has to speak for the country, for the president. These prophets that God is going to use, their job was to speak for the president. Okay? Or I'm sorry, for God. Their job was to speak for God. So now here, these prophets would be many times given a vision, or they would be told directly from God. Now, let me ask you this question. Old Testament, we see, even in New Testament, we see a lot of God speaking directly to somebody. Today, I'm not going to say I don't believe that goes on at all. I think it can. But it does not go on as much as what we seem to see in the Old Testament. Why do you think that is? Anybody know? They didn't have God's word. Do you realize, to somebody like Elijah, the idea of having God's word, which he wouldn't have had all of the books we have here, but let's just say the Torah, the first 5 books, the idea of having all 5 of those and carrying them around with him everywhere he went would have blown him away. That just wouldn't have seemed possible because people didn't have that. We are so blessed in this day and age in which we live to have God's word where every day we can read that. But a prophet was an ambassador. They would say what God wanted them to say. And the first one we're really going to look at is Elijah. Now, did you guys got into the contest, right? You guys looked at that yesterday? One of my favorite passages is the contest between Elijah and the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel. Now here, let me give you a little bit of background. We're not going to be able to get into this today. I'll get into it Monday. But here's what happens. Elijah goes to King Ahab, which you wrote down. King Ahab, one of the worst kings that Israel, which when I say Israel, am I talking about northern kingdom or southern kingdom? Northern. Israel is northern kingdom. What's the capital of Israel? Capital of Israel, you know? No. Way to look back. Samaria. Remember, Israel, the capital is Samaria. That's the northern kingdom. When I say southern kingdom, what do we refer to the southern kingdom as? Just say it out loud. Judah. And the capital of Judah is? Jerusalem. All right, good. We're going to go over those. You will see those on the quiz. So all the way throughout, we're going to keep going over those just to help us understand. But Ahab is king of Israel, the northern kingdom. Very, very wicked man. Very wicked man. God judges them. He sends Elijah to tell them, you will not have rain until God sends it. Now, again, for us, we live in a climate where we don't get a lot of rain anyways, but we're able to have irrigation and we're not as dependent on our area to give us all of our food. This is a big deal to them. And they're going to go years without rain. And starvation's taking place, all of this. Ahab has his people searching for Elijah. You know why they're searching for Elijah? He blames him. It's this guy's fault that there's no rain. So if I find Elijah and I take care of him, then the rain will come back. And so they're looking for him. He has a guy out, one of his, somebody in the cabinet, I believe his name was Obadiah, if I'm remembering correctly. He's out there, and Elijah comes up to him and says, hey, I want to talk to Ahab. Now, this member was actually a follower of God, and he's like, if I go tell him you're here, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to bring him back here, and you'll be gone, and then I'll be in trouble. Elijah's like, no, I'm going to stay here. So he goes back, gets Ahab. Ahab comes, and he comes to him and says, This is the guy that is troubling all of Israel. And Elijah, public enemy number one, looks at Ahab and says, no, no, that's you. You are the one that's causing all of these problems in Israel. He said, let's set up a contest. We are going to see who the true God is. And they go to Mount Carmel. We're going to look at Monday. They lay out the ground rules, and they have an epic contest where we see how powerful God is. And we'll look at that on Monday. You guys can be dismissed for today. Next week, really quick, next week, let me just go over it. You are going to have your verse quiz on Thursday, and that will be Psalm 1, 3, and 4. Psalm 1, 3, and 4 will be your verses next week, and then we will have a book quiz on Friday. So just a heads up of what the quizzes will be next week, all right? You guys can be dismissed. When you take the verse one, just the verse. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everybody. DLs, I'm sorry, but I am having computer problems again today. For some reason, my computer will not hook up to the system. Okay, and so Mr. S is looking at it, and so I don't have that. So we're going to again have to do it verbally for our last notes of this chapter. So, now, would like to get this straightened out before we start anything. Talking about the gift exchange. Thanks, Cody. The only one that if I remember right, the only one that I got an info back from as far as wanting to participate was, I think, Hudson. Brianna, let me check yours because I wasn't sure what you said or if you've even sent that back to me. Nope, I don't have anything from you yet, so I was thinking I did. Okay, so DLs, here's what I do need from you, okay? First of all, I do need, are you going to participate in the gift exchange, okay? Hudson, you said yes, got you. But the other ones, I do need to know, and so if you would either, if you've got my phone number, text me with that, or you can just go on the chat and say, I am participating, I am not participating, okay? And then I can read it here. Jasmine's putting this all together, so she just needs to know so we can get everything done. Mia said, I will not, okay? Thank you, Mia. So again, for those that just clicked on, we're trying to get the, who is this? Jezreel said no. Okay, thank you, Jezreel. And Jezreel says I am not. So, okay, that's good. That just helps us. I'm sorry that you're not doing it. That's the bad part. But I'm glad that you let me know so that we can plan accordingly for this. Okay, so take that out. Okay. So anybody else, let me know. Who said this? I'm not sure who this is. I need to have a name. Someone just said they will participate, but I'm not sure who it is. Jose said no. And hey, class, quiet. Okay, guys, I need to have you put your name down because some of the addresses of where it's coming from, I have no clue who it is. Okay? Okay. Somebody that likes Hope says I will participate, but I have no idea who that is.
Eliana.
That's Eliana? Okay, so Eliana is on. Okay. Thank you, Eliana. Sorry about that. And let's see, who else do we got? Brianna and Erica. You just wrote something, I think, didn't you? Okay. Thank you, Eliana. Jasmine, come on up here real quick. Because maybe you can read faster than I can. I'd just like to get this taken care of. That's high school stuff. Okay, come here. Look at this list and see if you see anything. Okay. Okay, so Eliana's yes. Aaron? Aaron, I need to know from you, okay? Yes or no? And Brianna, I think. That is Eliana.
Oh, okay. Jaden, can you ask? Brianna's not participating in it.
Brianna is not?
Yeah, she's not.
Okay. Who? Jaden. Jaden, if you're connecting in, let us know. Do you have her number? Do you have her phone? Does anybody have Jaden's phone number? Anybody? I'll let you call him. I'll let you call her right now. Huh?
No, she said Jaden doesn't have a phone.
She doesn't have a phone?
Cody, don't be stupid.
Does
You
any?
know who Jaden
Hey,
is.
does anybody know how to get a hold? Stop. Does anybody know how to get a hold of Jaden right now? Cody, please. Nobody has any information? Okay. Jaden, if you're listening, I need to know from you.
Erica's not sure.
She's not sure. Hello, Jaden. Oh,
Erica said she wants to.
Erica says she wants to. Brianna says no.
No, Smeeze Johnson. Who's Smeeze Johnson? Smeeze Johnson is Erica. And who's that?
Okay. I have her. Okay. Jezreel, you just said that you have Jaden's phone number. Do you have anybody else's phone number here? Guys, I need you to be quiet, please. Jezreel, if you have anybody else's phone number here in class, send them a text with Jaden's phone number, and I'll let them answer that, and so that we can get it, because we do need to have this information today. Okay? So if you can do that, Jezreel, that would be tremendous help. Let me go. What does that mean?
Can you write Jaden on the board? She was the one person who forgot to write.
Who?
Jaden. Jaden doesn't let people have her.
You can put it up there so we have. Okay, write it down. Okay.
Mr. Brown, I can call her on your phone for you and ask her.
Write it down on there for me too. Okay. Well, maybe we'll just do that. Okay. So I think we got pretty much everybody situated at this point. Aaron, we haven't heard from you yet, so we do need to hear from you pronto. Okay. So hopefully you're awake. Hopefully you're listening. Okay.
Can we do it outside?
Yes.
So Erica's definitely doing it?
Hopefully she'll answer, because it's a 303 number. It's a Colorado number.
Wait, so who said yes?
I'm going to pass that out.
That's what I Can I do it in the chair?
No.
Eliana? Yeah, she said yeah. But Erica hasn't said yes.
Erica is maybe. Okay. Let's see if this works right now. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. These are just one of those things that we just need to nail it to the wood and get it settled, so we can pick names. Okay. So the sooner we know Aaron, let us know, the better off we're going to be. Aaron, good to see you there, man. Aaron, need to know if you're going to participate in the Christmas gift exchange or not. Let me know. Okay?
Ask Eliana. 3 things that she wants.
Okay. Now, one more thing for the gift exchange. DLs. This especially you, because we did this in class. DLs, if you are going to do it. Okay? Nico, sit down, please. Be quiet. If you're participating in the gift exchange, we need to know what you want. what you would like to receive. So if you can write 3 things down, not so much on the chat, okay? Quiet, guys. Aaron says he's coming next week, so Aaron's a go. Okay? Now, let me finish this thought. Okay, guys, I need to get into these notes and get them finished. DLs, I need you to contact me if you are if you're going to participate with a list of 3 things, 1, 2, 3, of different things that you would want. Okay, and remember this is a $10 limit. Okay, for this exchange. Okay, so let me know. Put it on my phone so it's not on the chat line. So let me know on my phone. If you don't have that, call the school office and let Mrs. Carr know, and then she'll let me know because I'm going up there in the next hour. Okay? So if we can do that, that would help out. That'd be great, and get this solved at this point, and then we can move on. Okay? Thanks, guys, for your cooperation. And I'm sorry for the delay about this. Let's get into our notes. What'd you find out?
That was the number to Pizza Hut.
Jezreel, you just gave us the phone number for pizza. Way to go, man.
Wait, Mr. Brown, I erased that number.
Huh?
Erase the number.
I don't know how to erase it off there. Okay. Well, if it's on that paper, I won't worry about it. That was good. Okay, you guys. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh, what a beautiful morning. It's not starting out too good. I've got a day of full excitement, and I know someone's going to be in trouble. Okay, lesson 54. Lesson 54. Page 7, bottom of the page. Okay? So no pictures again. Just going to have to do it all verbal. Okay. Oh. Erosion by gravity. Shh. Hey, guys. 25 tells, so I'd like to get this done because you do have homework. 2 ways erosion by gravity can occur. Follow your notes. Joey. Slowly and imperceptibly. Okay? Which means soil is inching downhill over a period of years. Okay? So, it's all in your notes. Okay? So, as we talked about the other day, glaciers move really slow. Really slow. So slow that you basically can't even see it moving. Okay? So when that glacier's moving, the soil is just inching down. It's pushing that soil down ever so slightly. And then suddenly, such as in a dangerous landslide. Okay? You've seen pictures of glaciers that have chopped off part of it, and it's all fallen into the water, or maybe it's fallen down a hillside or something. So because of gravity, it's splitting the glacier, and all of a sudden what's split off falls down because it's got to go somewhere. Okay? It can't go up, it's got to go down the hill. So that's basically the 2 ways that glaciers can move, okay, by gravity. Now, number 2, we have what's called mass wasting. Mass wasting. W-A-S-T-I-N-G. Mass wasting. This is the process in which gravity causes the downslope movement of rock, soil, volcanic ash, snow, or ice. Okay? So, now we're putting a term to what's happening. Okay? So whenever you see this big flow of ice or whatever it is flowing down, it's called mass wasting. There's 5 types of mass wasting. Okay? That's letter A. Number 1, parenthesis, you have soil creep. Soil creep, 2 words. Creep, C-R-E-E-P. E-E-P. Soil creep is the very slow, definition fits the word, okay? Very slow, creeping is you're just moving along. Few inches or less per year downslope movement of soil and rock fragments. It can be caused by soil expansion and contraction due to the changes in heat and moisture or by the actions of plants and animals. Okay? So that's soil creep. Number 2, parentheses, page 8. Mud flows. Mud flows. Compound word. This is the most fluid and fastest type of mass wasting, which are rapid movements of loose, water, saturated soil. So mud flows is you got your fluid wasting. Number 3, you have an avalanche. A-V, A-L, A-N-C-H-E. Okay? This is a mass of ice and snow abruptly dislodging from a mountain face, usually at the result of a sharp noise or other disturbance. An avalanche may also involve rock fragments or vegetation. A lot of times it's not the snow or the ice that kills people because they get buried. Okay? But when you are in an avalanche, what happens is as the avalanche is coming down the hill, it's bringing everything in front of it with it. Okay? So it's knocking down trees. It's carrying rocks with it. It's carrying whatever is in its way down the path. And if you get caught in an avalanche, you may be hit by some of that debris. Okay? Or what also creates the deaths is that when you get caught in an avalanche, you end up rolling with the avalanche. Okay? So when you finally settle down, unless you have some kind of on your phone or something that's going to help you to tell what's north, what's south, what's west, and east, and north, and whatever, you're not going to know which way to dig out of it. Okay? And so you may be thinking that down is north or down is up. And so you're digging and digging away at it trying to get out, and all you're doing is going further down into the snow. That's what kills people too, because they lose their sense of direction because of it. So hopefully if you ever get caught in an avalanche, which I hope you never do, you have something that's going to allow you to know what's north, and north is always up, okay? Because you just don't know where you're at. 4 parentheses, a landslide. These are huge masses of rock or soil suddenly sliding down a slope. Landslide. Okay? A little different from the mud flow, because the mud flow is the liquid part of it. Landslide is the debris. Okay? Now, number 5 fits right into that, but it's the rock fall. Rock fall. This occurs when individual rock fragments break off the sides of a steep cliff after exposure to gradual weathering or exfoliation. Okay? So, if you've ever seen it in a picture where all of a sudden on this cliff, this huge mass of rocks fall. That's what it is, a rock fall. Okay, so those are your 5 types of mass wasting. Okay? Letter B. The classifications of landslides based on the type of material. A little different, only they're going to be tied together in some way. Okay? The last 5 that we just talked about are the different types of mass wasting. Now we're going to classify the landslides, okay, based upon what kind of material they're moving. Okay, so number 1, parenthesis, you have what's called a debris slide. A debris slide. A debris slide involves rock fragments and other loose materials found in coarse soil. Okay, coarse soil means just a lot of rocks and debris in that area. Debris slide. Number 2, parenthesis, is called earth slide. This involves the fine soil and the small pebbles. So you got debris slide, number 1, parenthesis, number 2, parenthesis, earth slide, and number 3, you have rock slide. Okay, so see how they kind of tie in with the types because of the debris, and it makes up those mass wastings, and it's these 3 basically. Rock slide consists primarily of the bedrock. Okay, our last section. Preventing erosion. Methods of prevention. Number 1, A, plant vegetation in the exposed soil. Plant vegetation in the exposed soil. Okay? So number 1, parenthesis, says plant grasses and trees. If you ever dig up something, which you aren't supposed to do in the natural forests, but if by chance something like that happens, you should replace it with something, okay? So that the growth keeps going, because if everything gets cut down, then there's no replenishing of what was there. Plant grass and trees. Number 2, parentheses, it helps reduce sheet erosion. Remember we talked about sheet erosion. Sheet erosion is just taking the top layer of dirt and moving it off. And pretty soon the more sheets that you keep taking off, the more divots and everything that you have. Okay, so letter A was plant vegetation in the exposed soil. Okay, letter B, careful planning of drainage systems. Careful planning of drainage systems. Huh? Planning. P-A-L-N-N-I-N-G. No. Okay. Now, that was letter B. Careful planning of drainage systems. If you ever watch this construction that's going on over here on Wilson Street, before they even started building, they had to get all of the drainage for the whole complex set up to where water would flow down the street, and then it flows down into that ravine right there on Wilson Street. Okay, and then after there, it has an overflow into that little ditch area. But they have to plan that before they can even start any type of construction, because they have to prepare for whatever area it is. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Number 1? On which, where are you at?
The one right before me. The one right before the one that we just did.
So 1A, this one right here. Where are you at?
The number 2A. Wait, sorry. So,
Well,
yeah, sorry.
1 and 2 in parentheses are on your notes.
Oh, okay.
So there was nothing to fill in. Okay? Okay, so letter B was careful planning of drainage systems. Okay? Letter C, terracing. 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 This is a method of erosion prevention that modifies a smooth slope into a series of level stair-like steps. Okay? So, like in your yard, if you have a backyard that has a steep slope to it, okay, and if your parents ever want to try to plant something, guys, quiet. If your parents ever want to try and plant something back there, it's hard to plant something on a slope because if you water it, all the water just runs off. Okay? So what they do is they take it and they terrace it off.
Mark, there's a blue one right there. Like right there.
They mark it off to where, so if this is your slope, okay, they're going to take this and stair step it, okay, to where you can plant something on it. Okay? Not a good drawing, but that gives you the idea of what they're talking about. Okay? Terracing. Letter D. Erecting, E-R-E-C-T-I-N-G, erecting windbreaks. Joey. Erecting windbreaks out of trees, tall plants, or fences. Okay? That's going to help the soil from being blown away. If you go down to the desert area and you just look out to the road, especially along the railroad tracks there, they have trees on both sides. Row of trees. Okay? That's just going to help the sand that's being blown from the highway area to not flow over the railroad tracks. And then it also helps for the sand to not be blown into the city down there. Okay? So we just have windbreaks. Fences are used for that too. Okay? You go out in prairies areas and they'll have various fences up there built so that if it snows, then the snow gets caught on the fence versus blowing onto the road more so. Okay? So that's letter D, erecting windbreaks. Letter E, strip cropping. Strip cropping. S-T-R-I-P hyphen C-R-O-P-P-I-N-G. Yes. This is the process of planting alternate strips of erosion-prone crops with strips of erosion-preventing crops. Okay? So farmers do this to help the soil in a lot of ways. They plant this one here in this strip. The next one is going to be another type of strip of different something else that's a different way, different prevention, or it helps the soil, but that's basically what strip cropping is. Okay, letter F. Just checking the message board. Okay. Letter F, artificial levees. Artificial levees. Levees is L-E-V-E-E-S. Artificial levees. A levee is a break in the water that allows the ocean to flow over it, and then if it hits that levee, it's not going to hit the shore as hard. Okay? Because the levee is breaking up the force of the wave coming in. Okay, G, flood control dams. Flood control dams. So on most lakes, if there's an outlet source and that outlet source and there's a city down below the river or the lake, they'll build these dams to help prevent the flooding of that city. Basically, that's the flood control dams. And so our last one, letter H, construction of breakwaters. This is just a huge pile of rocks deposited parallel to the shore. Okay? This fits in right with the levees, but this is just big rocks that have been put there to help break the water, the waves coming in. Okay? Okay, well, thank you. Chapter 4 is now complete. Your last homework assignment is section review 4.3 and activity 4B. Okay? Activity 4B, you've got that, and your 4.3 is in the back of your notes. Okay? Okay, DLs, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Again, if you need, for those that I talk to, make sure that I get a list of those that are participating, the items of what you would like to get. Okay? Send that to me. Appreciate it, guys. Have a great day. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. And Monday we are, what are we doing on Monday? Just to give you a heads up. Monday, you know what? Actually, your homework is not. Hold on. You can work on it if you want to. Homework is not sections 4.3 and activity 4B. We are going to do those on Monday and Tuesday along with quiz 11. Okay? And then Wednesday and Thursday we're going to do our open book test. Okay? No homework tonight. So I'm just kind of spreading this out a little bit because I don't want to start a new chapter before we go to break. So I'm just kind of spreading it out, making things a little bit easier at the end here, okay? So no homework tonight, guys. Class and DL, okay? Have a great weekend. Enjoy. Do something fun if you can, okay? See you later.
take your literature books, turn in your literature books to page number. One second. Page 109. We talked about 107 and 108 yesterday in class. Yes. We are talking about literature right now. Okay? So talk to your whoever's helping you guys with Secret Santa later. Okay? I don't know the details of your party because I haven't really, obviously, I'm not your homeroom teacher. So your homeroom teacher should be the one who's helping you guys without the party. Or ask Mr. S because I don't really know the details of your party, okay? But, I mean, it would make sense to bring it the day of the party. Why would you bring it earlier?
That's what I've done.
Well, because isn't that like, well, I guess you guys, right, but, I mean, that was when you guys were in elementary. So, like, in high school, you probably just bring it for your friend and then exchange it whenever it's time to exchange. Okay, page 109, everyone turning your literature books to page 109. Yesterday, you should have read about the Kiskis. This was a family, okay, but just some background information while I'm setting this up. The Kiskis, this story was actually based on a true story, okay? It was written by May Vaughn-Fer. Let me read to you a little bit about May Vaughn-Fer. This is my vocab, or my... Okay, so this was written by May Vaughn-Fer. This was based on a true story. And May Vaughn-Fer, she was born in Sweden, and she immigrated to the United States when she was 13. Stop talking. She was an author and an educator. Where's the remote? She was an author and an educator, writing mainly of her experiences of teaching in Montana. Okay, so this was a school that she taught at a one-room schoolhouse where she taught in Montana. And we kind of see that on page number 112. Okay, go to page 112. It kind of shows us pictures of what the one-room schoolhouse looked like back then. Okay. Mr. Coral's mom lived in Montana for a little bit, but I have friends that live in Montana, but honestly, I don't really know exactly what is in Montana. How many of you guys have ever been to Montana? No one's ever been to Montana? I feel like it's just like big, oh, you have? Big skies, grass, nothing, I don't know. But obviously nowadays it's a lot more developed, so I can't imagine how rural and how non-civilization was back then. These people, Joey, I can't always hear a comment from you, okay? So these people, they had a one-room schoolhouse, and everyone had to walk to their school. So if you lived on a farm, even a few miles away, okay, they would put a schoolroom central located where everyone can walk to school. So this story was about the Kiskis. They were a family, a very, very poor family who came to school. Okay, so this is based on a true story. The theme is the importance of reaching others. We'll go over the line to know in a little bit, but everyone turn to page 109. Okay, page 109 at the beginning of the story. It says, in this true story, May Vaughn-Fer, who in this story she changed her name to Miss Smith, a rural school teacher tries to reach out to the Kiski children who are painfully shy and self-conscious over their lack of shoes. But as the term passes, the Kiskis withdraw further until a little white box arrives. Okay, so that's kind of the intro of this story. In the beginning, she says, "Hadn't you better eat in the house today? It is cold outside," the teacher suggested. And the Kiski children, they pretending not to hear her, the three Kiski slipped silently through the door with their double-handed Bill Durham tin can. And she basically is trying to call to them, but these kids, they eat outside every day, and we kind of figure out why. Who remembered or who read in their story why they ate outside? Who knows? Did we read the story? Doesn't look like a lot of us read the story. Why not? Okay, if I give you guys something for homework, I expect you guys to read it. Okay, let's try and find it. Page 109, what did they eat outside? Tyler? Like, why did they eat outside? Because they only had bread, okay? They only had bread, all right? So that's something that they were embarrassed about. So they were always eating outside, and then this story is basically her trying to reach out to her students, okay? And honestly, guys, I don't understand why we don't read the story, because you guys know what happens when we don't read the story. Okay, so on Monday we will have a reading quiz over this story. Okay, reading quiz on Monday over this story. You guys need to read this story, and I promise you it's a pretty interesting story, but that's what happens when we don't read stories. Okay, I don't know if you guys figured that out by now. Okay, so the Kiskis, that's just some intro to the story. I do want you to mark the line to know on page 113. Okay, page 113. We brought you a present, teacher. It's on the left-hand column. Okay, left-hand column on page 113. We brought you a present, teacher. It's about 3/4 of the way down, or a little bit above the halfway mark. It says, "We brought you a present." Does everybody see that? We brought you a present, teacher, Margaret began breathlessly. So your homework is to read the story, since you guys didn't read it yesterday, and then we will have a quiz over that on Monday, okay? Read what happens with the story, okay? We already just went over one of the questions on the quiz. What did they eat, class? Bread, okay? You want to figure out who the characters were, okay, the Kiski children. You want to know their names, know the author, okay, and then know obviously the storyline, okay? That's on Monday. All right, go ahead and put your books away. Put your books away. Get out your grammar books. Turn to Unit 5, which is learning, which we are learning about verbs. Okay, page number 71 in your green book. And then do any of you guys with the blue book already have it? For verbs. Page 88. Page 88 in the blue book. Page 71 in the green book. For those of you online, please comment that you're here if you have not already. Okay. And then we have a reading quiz over our homework yesterday in literature on Monday. Okay. So I'll write that in the chats at the end of the class period. Okay. Page 88 in the blue book, page 71 in the green book, recognizing action verbs, or their parts of speech, okay? So obviously we've been learning about parts of speeches with your subjects and your verbs, and then ending up on nouns. Who knows what a noun is? Does anybody know? Class? Okay, so a person, place, thing, or idea. So we're going to be talking about one of the parts of speech, which is a verb, okay? So on page, that's page 88, but everyone in the blue book, go ahead and turn to page 89, okay? Look at page 89 in the blue book, okay? Recognizing action verbs, okay? A verb that shows what, class? Action. It links another word to the, everyone should be following along. We're on number 1. A verb that is a word that it links another word to the, it helps another, or it merely indicates existence. Okay, so a verb would be the word where it's showing action. So obviously we kind of went over these a little bit. This is the one where, okay, talk, run, smell, all of those are action verbs. Look at your examples. Gabriel washed the car. John sang the song. The pie was yummy. Okay, the banquet was delightful. All of those are action verbs. The next one would be a linking verb, the word was. It's linking the subject to whatever predicate there is. So, for example, the pie was yummy. Okay, can you physically was? Okay, no, that's not an action verb. Okay, so that is linking the word yummy to pie. Okay, same thing with those in the blue book. The banquet was delightful. Okay, the word was is linking the word delightful to banquet. Okay, those are linking verbs. Then obviously there are has or helping verbs. So these verbs appear with another verb. So we kind of practice these a little bit, finding the entire verb phrase. We kind of saw that the verb phrase could be interrupted by an adverb like the word not. Okay, so these helper verbs are usually appear with another verb to kind of help out the main verb. For example, Sarah has played volleyball for 3 years. Okay, played is your main verb. The word has is a helper verb that appears with your main verb. Okay, same thing. Christ has supplied all our needs. Has supplied is my entire verb. Destiny, pay attention, okay? The visitors are in the lobby, okay? And then this is indicating existence, okay? So are is what they, like where they are, the existence of the visitors. The llama is from Peru, okay? So that's a verb. So we just talked about these action verbs. They express physical or mental action. Obviously, I can't physically think, okay, but that's still an action verb of me thinking, okay, or considering. You can't see the action of considering, so that would be classified as a mental action, okay? Then there are action verbs that have receivers, okay? So we kind of talked about this with our complements. Okay, so remember we were circling the complement at the end of a verb, of the action verb. So some action verbs that have receivers, those are called transitive verbs. Okay, transitive verbs. If you do not have a receiver, if the verb does not have a receiver, it's obviously the opposite of transitive. It's intransitive. Okay, look at your example. Okay, look at your example of transitive. The batter hit the ball. Okay, obviously the ball is a complement, but because the verb hit has a receiver of ball, therefore the verb hit is transitive. Okay? Look at letter B. Verbs that do not have receivers are for the action are called intransitive. Okay? The car stalled. All right? There's nothing that is receiving that action, okay? You can't say the car stalled who or what. There's nothing that receives that. So therefore, stalled is an intransitive verb, okay? Transitive and intransitive only go with action verbs, okay? So transitive, intransitive, then obviously you can have linking and helping verbs, okay? But transitive and intransitive go underneath action, all right? So if the action has a receiver, it's called what class? Okay, everybody together. Transitive. If the action of the verb does not have a receiver, it is intransitive. Okay, look at letter C. The same verb may be transitive in one sentence, but intransitive in another. Okay, so where you would tell the differences between those would be if there's a receiver of the action. Okay, so look at your example. That's in the blue book. I'll go in the green book first. Lisa decorates the wedding cake. Okay, so she decorates who or what class? Cake. She decorates the cake. So there is action. Therefore, is decorate an intransitive or a transitive verb? Transitive. Okay, everyone look at your book. We're on page 71. Okay? Cake is my receiver of decorate. She's physically decorating. Okay? She's decorating what? She's decorating the cake. Okay? So that is transitive. Okay? If I were to say, Lisa decorates well. Okay? The word well is an adverb describing how she decorates. There's no receiver of the action. Joey, you should have your grammar book out. Okay? You haven't had your grammar book yet? Okay. But just listen, okay? Don't do your homework. So, well is describing decorates. There's no receiver of the action. Therefore, decorates in this case is intransitive, okay? So the differences between those would be there needs to be a receiver in order to be transitive, okay? So let's practice these, okay? Let me go over the example on page 89 in the blue book really quick, okay? Alexa plays the piano, all right? So obviously my action verb is plays. What does she play, class? Who with that book? Piano. So there is a receiver. Okay, so therefore plays in this case is transitive. Okay, same thing. Alexa plays well. Okay, again, well is a verb or an adverb describing the verb plays. So therefore it is intransitive. There's no receiver in there. Okay? Look at exercise A. Underline the action verbs twice. Okay? Go ahead and work on that really quickly. I'll give you a few minutes, probably 2 minutes. Underline all the action verbs, okay? So even if it's in like a phrase or a clause, just underline all the action verbs, even if it's not the main verb, okay? Even if it's not the main verb, go ahead and underline it if it is a verb, an action verb. Okay? Who has the first line? Moreover, brethren, I declare unto you the gospel which I preach unto you. Ari? Good. I would circle or underline twice, declare or preached. Okay? Second line, which also ye have received, and wherein ye stand by which also ye are saved. John? Okay. Received, stand, and saved, but notice how there are helper verbs with my action. Okay, what would I include with received? Have. So I would underline or circle have received, stand, also are saved. Okay? Keep going. If ye keep in memory what I preached unto you, unless ye have believed in vain. Okay? If ye keep in memory what I have preached unto you, unless ye have believed in vain. Nico? Good. What do I include with the word believed? Have. Okay? You include the entire verb phrase. Okay? I would underline keep, preached, and have believed. Good. Okay? Continuing on. For I delivered unto you, first of all, that which I also received. Okay? For I delivered unto you, first of all, which I also received. Cody? Good. Okay, delivered and received. Good. Continuing on, how that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. How that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. Tyler? Died. Good. And that he was buried and that he rose again the third day according to the scriptures. Micah? And that he rose again the third day. And that he was buried and that he rose again the third day according to the scriptures. Good. Was buried and rose. Joey, come move up. Actually, where Brianna's sitting. Bring all your stuff. That's going to be your desk from now on. Okay? That was exercise A. Let's go ahead and work on exercise B. Okay, exercise B. Go, everyone, in the blue book to page number 90. In the green book, it's on the bottom of page 71. It continues over to page 72. That's in the green book. Okay, let's go over number 1. Okay. Number 1. Okay, the forward deftly blank the soccer ball into the goal. Okay, what do you do to a soccer ball, class? You kick it. So, would I just do kick, or would I do a form of the verb kick? Ari? Kicked. Okay, that one would be K-I-C-K-E-D. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. So go ahead and start filling out the rest. Okay. Doesn't really matter if it's the exact verb as long as it makes sense, okay? So Christine, blank her Bible every day without fail. Today I blank a mile and a half in 12 minutes, okay? Obviously I would put the word ran in number 3, but I mean if you wanted to do swam a mile and a half, or I don't know, whatever action verb goes there. So go ahead and work on that, okay? Green book, page 71 and 72, exercise B. Blue book, page number 90, okay? Okay, who has number 2? Emma? Okay, good. Christine read her Bible every day. You can say Christine studied her Bible every day without fail. Okay. Number 3. Who has number 3? Nico? Jogged. Good. Who else? What do you guys have? Ari? Ran. Anybody else have anything different? John? Biked. Good. Any action verb there? Good. Okay. Number 4. He blank his neighbor's lawn to earn money for college. Chase, what do you have there? He mowed. What else? Does anybody else have any different? Tyler? Mows. Good. Okay. Destiny, what do you have? Mowed. Okay. You can say he tended his neighbor's lawn, he cut his neighbor's lawn, he mowed his neighbor's lawn. Any action verb there. Good. Number 5. He always blanks a friend on his fishing trips to Whitewater Lake. Someone besides these few. Kayla, what do you have? He invites. Good. Okay, who else? Who has something else? Chase? Brings. Anybody else? Tyler? Takes. Good. That's what the book says. He takes a friend. So any action verb would work there. John, what do you have there? He brought. Okay. You need to look at kind of the tense, I guess. You can't say he always brought. He always brought. Oh, I guess that works. He always brought a partner, if it's current, okay, or brings. Number 6, the young minister blank his first sermon today on Philippians 4:13. Okay, that's number 6 in the blue book, okay? Number 6 in the blue book. Ari? Preached, okay? The young minister preached his first sermon today. The young minister gave his first sermon today. Good, okay? Number 6 in the green book. We should blank for the spelling quiz. I agree. Yes. Study. Good. We should study for the spelling quiz. Anybody else? Micah? We should panic for the spelling quiz? I mean, it makes sense, but I don't think you should. Okay. Number 7 in the blue book. Monty blank many long hours in the gym. Jasmine? Spends. Good. Ari? Worked. Okay. Bella, what do you have there? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, number 7. Mrs. Causel teaches Spanish and history at Victory Christian School. Does anybody else have anything different? Oh, no. Yes, Micah? Discourages Spanish. Okay. Chase? Taught. Good. It does work, but something that makes sense, okay, and something that we like. Okay, Mrs. Causel taught Spanish and history at Victory Christian School. She teaches, okay, any of those. And then let's do one more for the blue book, because it's the end in the green book. She blanked to include sugar in the recipe for the cookies. Ari? She forgot. Good. Emma, do you have one there? Huh? Neglected. Anybody else? Good. Okay. That's exercise B. Good. All right. So we'll learn about transitive, intransitive. We already did that. So go ahead and do 1 through 5 for homework tonight. Exercise C. Okay. We'll start off small. 1 through 5. Okay. If you want to finish the exercise, you can. But tonight I'm assigning 1 through 5. Okay. So 1 through 5, page 72, exercise C. 1 through 5, page number 90 in the blue book. Okay, exercise C. You're underlining the action verb twice. Then you're identifying if it's transitive or intransitive. So what is it called when the action has a receiver, class? Transitive. If it does not have a receiver, intransitive. Good. So actually, let's just do number 1 together, okay? Marco Polo lived a life of adventure. What's my verb, class? Lived. Okay, is there an action or a receiver of the action? Yes, what's my receiver? Life. What did he live? A life. Okay, so there is the receiver of the action. What would that be, class? Number 1 would be transitive. Okay, number 1 would be transitive. Awesome. Okay, are there any questions about that? Okay, tonight go ahead and write 6 through 10 vocab. 6 through 10 vocab, okay, 2 times. Last night you should have done 1 through 5. Okay, for those of you on distance learning, please email me your vocab homework from last night. That was numbers 1 through 5, 2 times, okay? For those of you in class, please turn that into the tray if you have not done so already. Yes, Nico? Okay, that's awesome. All right, so then you did last night's and tonight's homework. Good job, okay? Are there any questions? Okay, we're about 6 minutes early, so take your time going outside, but you guys are dismissed. Yes? I think it warmed up a little bit, but... Huh? Yeah. Okay, for those of you in distance learning, I'm about to type the homework, so... if you guys want to know what it is, stay on, but I'm just going to close out the screen.
pull out something to write with. Put your mask on, please. Nope, it's a little too late. Okay, distant learners, we're about to take our quiz. It's not my fault. I gave you all the answers yesterday. Or questions. Or questions. I said or questions. You should have looked for your notes and book yesterday. Shh. Just a quick review questions. I'll help you guys out a little bit. I won't tell you the answers. Maybe I will. We'll see. Let's see. Maybe some of the harder questions. Which group of invaders were Muslims from North Africa? It was the Moors. Okay, let's look at another one. Who was crowned king by the Pope? Pepin the Short. Okay, that is the answer for those. I think those are two harder ones. The rest we should be ready for. Okay, there is some multiple choice and short answer. Once I hand out the quiz, there's no talking. Okay, we're going to work hard, finish it. We have a few notes to go through today, I believe. Maybe not. I have to check. What? No, I think we have a little bit left. Then maybe we won't. Sure, you can pass out some. I'll pass out the other half. There you go. Shh. Cody and Destiny are passing out the quizzes. Once you receive it, there's no talking. Make sure your notes, I shouldn't see anything out. Book, notes, cheat sheet. Okay, make sure everything is put away. We will have a bonus at the end. Okay, learners, again, if you guys don't have the quiz, send me a message real quick. I'll turn my volume on so I can hear it. Just so I can resend that to you. I believe I tried to send it to most of you, but if I did not, let me know. Brianna, you turn in a lot of stuff. If you guys don't have the quiz, tell me right now. I'm going to give you guys about 10 to 15 minutes to take this quiz. That should be fun. Again, let me know right now if you don't have the quiz so I can send it again to you. Thank you for giving me that. Thank you for the extras. You guys can start now as well. Again, if you have any questions, let me know. Also, any work that you might be missing or you don't know if you turned in, you need to go on My School Works. Okay, go on My School Works, check it out. There'll be either an M or a blank, and that means you didn't turn it in. Okay, you need to turn that in so you can get credit. If you do not turn in work from whether it's before Thanksgiving break, last week, or this week, it will be a 0. Okay, some of you have already turned in a lot of that, but some of you still have not. If you're missing something, whether a quiz or test, you need to tell me. Okay, if you don't tell me, and then next week you're like, hey, why did I get a 0 on this? I would say, I told you about every day last week to tell me if you're missing something. So you need to let me know so I can get that to you. Okay, hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully you guys can come back next week as well with the Christmas party and everything going on. Praying for you guys. We'll be back in class in about 12 minutes now. So work on that quiz. Send it to me so we can get that graded this week. Jose, you've already taken this quiz, so yes, you do have it. Okay, welcome back. Shh, Joey. Shh. I am. That's why I'm giving you 13 minutes to finish it right now. Okay, distant learners, hopefully you're doing well. I tried to send that quiz to everyone. If you still did not receive it, let me know again. Again, you got to contact me. Eliana, I see you didn't have it. I tried to go on My Schoolworks and send it to the phone number there. So it might have gone to your mom or whoever's number that is. I believe I sent it to everyone else. Jose, again, you already took it and your sister sent a picture to me. So you're good there. Today we're not going to do notes. I'm going to be gracious to you guys. But we are going to still have homework. No. Okay, next week we're doing chapters 12. We're probably not going to finish it, but we are going to start it. We'll do a review once we get back from Christmas break. For homework, it's really easy. Page 121. Page 121. Questions 1 through 3. There's only 3 of them. It's literally over 1 page. All of them. 1 through 3. Now you have 11 minutes to do it. Okay, distant learners, that's all we're doing. We're doing all of them. Yes. What do you mean am I gonna grade it? Page number is 121. So you better get them all right, because if you miss one, oof. Yes, sir. No. All. It's only 3 questions, guys. Instead of talking and asking questions, Cody, work. Everyone. Joey, put your mask on. Jasmine, Nico, put your mask on. Diligently work. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Thank you, Jezreel, for throwing that in the chat for Jose, so he doesn't whine and complain at me. Hopefully you are doing well. I'm really praying for all of you guys. We would love for in a second. We would love for you guys to be able to come back to school next week. As the Christmas party's next week, we'll be able to have a few more lessons next week. We'd love to have you guys back. Hopefully, if you're still sick, we're praying for you. If you're still getting better and you're just kind of resting, we're praying for you as well. If you guys need anything or missing anything, again, contact me. Let me know. I'll try to get everything I have and get the information, or if you miss something, I'll get it to you. Again, we hope you guys can come back soon, and we'll see you next week. Yes, ma'am. All right, one last thing. If any distant learners are still here, okay, you guys, some of you haven't turned in stuff for a long time. Okay, I don't mean to call anyone out, but Aaron, I don't have a lot of stuff for you. Okay, we need to get stuff turned in. I know Jaden's not here; she's not on the stream either. Eliana, I'm missing one homework from you. Again, if you don't know what you're missing, you can go on My Schoolworks. Everyone has access to it. There's an M in that spot if you're missing something, or it's blank. It's either blank, meaning I haven't graded it, anyone else's yet, or it has an M, meaning missing. Okay, Brianna, you turned in stuff, so you should be good. Mia Bell, I'm missing 2 things from a while back. Section review 9.2 and 3. Jezreel, I still need quiz 11. Erica, again, if you've already sent it to me, just say, hey, Miss Coral, I sent that to you. Tell me what you sent it through. I'll get it, okay? Again, with adding a bunch of extra distant learners, it's been a little confusion with a few people. Okay, so help me out so I can help you out. Okay, we got to work together on this. But Aaron, Jezreel, Brianna, turn those in. Eliana, you have that one, 11.1. And Erica, as of right now, I don't have section review 10.2 or quiz 11 as well. If you don't have the quiz, tell me so I can get it to you. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Again, we will see you next week.